the shot is framed by putting the camera's lens to the window glass, as it would have to be if they were framed away from the Earth.
We only had one window that had the view of the Earth filled up with the TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in the South.
South America becomes visible beyond Germany.
How the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the stage by attempting to pan away from it. This is a segment that we believe wasn't even being recorded.
Keep going.
Much less suitable for broadcast. The lens was being zoomed out, and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they reveal part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up, and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July.
Okay.
Yeah,
So here's what I would say if I was trying to counter what you're saying. All right. The Earth at 130,000 miles out is halfway to the moon. The moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. The moon, on a full moon, is fairly bright. I mean, you could walk around outside in the dark. It's pretty amazing how bright it is when it's a full moon. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflective light because of the oceans, it's glorious, it glows in the sky. You would imagine that if you were filming Earth from 130,000 miles out, you would have to blacken the insides of the walls, and you probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window in reality, even by saying it's in front of the window, it's covering the window. It probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth, what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if they're shooting it through this window and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the Earth with the kind of cameras that they had back then would be to do it that way. Block out everything in the room and to film through that circular window as close as they can get that camera to. And it's just shitty footage of something that they eventually figured out how to do right, so that it wasn't.
Well, the camera's at the back of the spacecraft,
right,
and that's the circular window, and it's filled with the Earth.
Right.
If they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, the Earth would be a tiny dot.
It wouldn't be that small.
Window.
No, it wouldn't. But stop. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You got to think about how big the moon is. Okay, and the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. Think about how close the moon is. So the moon is a big ass fucking thing, right?
So let me ask you this, Joe. Do you think the moon landings are real or not?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying
wait
to
a
you,
minute. I just want to know what you think. What do you think?
I'm going to go at this. And I'm just going to try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying without giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually. But this right now is, if you were going to film the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon, and you're halfway to the moon, I would imagine it would fill up that window. The difference between that and low Earth orbit, I'm sure there's a difference, but I still think from that small window, it might be the whole window filled with Earth. That might be what you get.
Well, that's not the opinion of myself as a filmmaker and 3 other filmmakers. For a living, our job is to make fake scenes look real. And so we all conclude that that's the window that they have made a mock-up of a 1-foot model to pretend.
But is there an image of that mock-up? I never saw a mock-up. I didn't. There's all
you saw them fiddle around in the window.
You definitely see them fiddle around in the window.
And the camera, they lied about the camera being up against the glass. The camera is obviously at the back of the spacecraft to create that illusion.
They said the window is filled with the camera. That's what they said.
But it's not. It's at the very back of the spacecraft. The lights come up on the part they didn't intend on showing, and the camera has been at the back of the spacecraft all the time.
Right.
They had to lie. If they really were halfway to the moon, the only way they could film this shot would be to put the lens at the glass of the window. It's a fake shot. And part of the faking is the cameras are at the back of the spacecraft. All the lights are off. Part of the Earth is outside of a circular window, and it looks like the Earth floating in space, but that's really the window from Earth orbit.
Jamie, go ahead.
The video, it says this line here, the Terminator line, correct?
Yeah. So that. Well, that's like, I don't know, some sort of crescent insert they put into the window to make it look like the Terminator line between the night and day. I think it looks very good.
The video said tape multiple times, and then said they removed the tape. Could have been a transparency, but that line is very nice gradient, which was what it would look like if it was like the sunset, not tape.
Well, yeah, it's less clear, right? Less clear than like the top edge.
And like, if it was a transparency sitting on a glass or something, that line would be moving. Would have to be hard to set.
Well, I mean, just go back to the segment with the little yellow circle around the window, and you can see they're fiddling around with the window, breaking down the model.
But Jamie, they only showed 20 seconds.
No, I know. I was if that's what I thought it was, I would. Why not just recreate the fake scene? I guess. A giant picture of the Earth outside of it.
Well, I think the point is that they had to represent the Terminator line because of where they were in orbit. So if they're flying away from Earth, they're going towards the moon at a very specific time, you'd be able to know, like, where, what part of the Earth was dark at what point in the flight, right?
I would think so.
I mean, they have to know. They knew
with the calculation with the public.
Yeah, but I mean, they would do it the right way. They're gonna
not necessarily. They made lots of mistakes.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah.
Well, this one's a weird one, and to me, this is like the only thing that I could say if I was going to steel man it would be what I said was that maybe he misspoke by saying it's covering the window. What he meant was that the camera was pointed at the window. It was covering the window, and if you're going to film something that's incredibly bright, that's coming into a bright environment, it's going to be obscured by all the light. You know that, right? Way to film it correctly would be to adjust the aperture correctly, darken the room, and then point towards that window. And you would be saying that the camera is covering the window because it is covering. That's what it's covering. When you're filming something, you're covering something. So it's covering the window. It's looking out the window. You blacked out the cabin so that you could actually see what's bright coming out of that window, which is incredibly bright. 4 times brighter than twice as close because they're halfway there.
Well, the shot where Neil Armstrong lies, says he's 130,000 miles out, we see a little blue Earth with a bunch of black space around it, right? But that's not the Earth floating in space. That's the circular window of the spacecraft that has part of the Earth outside of it. That's what it is. The lights come up, and you see that's what it is.
For sure, if you're saying that blackness is space, that's deceptive. But
that's what they are saying.
But it doesn't mean they weren't 130,000 miles out.
Well, why would they fake being 30,000 miles out if they were really 130,000 miles out?
If they had a policy of deception in terms of imagery, which it seems like they did, even though they did that, I'm just steel manning. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing was fake, right?
Well, I was trying to understand. So it's not that they're 130,000 miles out, but it's that they're in space faking the shot.
Yes,
they're doing it. They're faking being halfway,
which is why it's so bright. The reason why it's so bright is they're just like the space station.
That doesn't. I don't know. I'm getting more confused on all of these pieces like that. I thought that they didn't go to space.
No. Nobody fixed that.
They did go to
Jamie,
space.
you need to catch the fuck up on Reddit.
Well, look at this part here. Keep playing this part, and you'll see that this is the window. Here's the work light inside of the spacecraft. Either that or it's a giant UFO. Right?
No, it's obviously a work light.
Okay, and then here is Michael Collins breaking down part of the special effects shot using the window. You're going to see them.
But let's be honest about what we're seeing. What we're seeing is motion in front of the window.
That's right.
But
so that's
listen,
the window of the spacecraft.
That's true.
Not the Earth floating in space like they claimed a minute earlier.
That's true.
Which means they're faking being
right.
halfway
But
to
I have
the moon.
to stop you. You're saying like make the transparency, all these different things you're saying. There's no evidence of that. You just see movement in front of it. I understand your assumption, but there's no evidence of a transparency.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's that
you see him moving. You see just dark shadows. Let's see it one more time. You see dark shadows moving.
Well, the point is that's the window of the spacecraft.
100%. I'm agreeing with you.
Wait a minute. Stop there. If that's the window of the spacecraft, then that's not the Earth floating in space.
Correct.
Which they claim, which means they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Not necessarily.
Which they would never do if they really went halfway to the moon.
Not necessarily. It could mean that
so they went halfway to the moon, but they faked it anyway.
They're faking this footage. This is the best footage they can get with the equipment they have, looking through that window, and they came to a conclusion. The best way to do it is to back the camera up, block everything out, and just film that circular window, and that's the Earth. And that's the only thing. We'll pretend that it's the Earth with space, but we really can't get that because of the positioning of the camera, the amount of room. If you look as the thing goes bright, this is my question to you. I think this is compelling and it's bizarre. But when you say they removed the transparency, well, there's no transparency. You don't see it. You're literally just seeing black figures in motion. Now, in clarity, now you see clarity. So now you see the amount of distance, very small space they're working in, amount of distance where the circular window is, where the Earth is, and then where the camera is. The camera is still just a few feet from the window. It's not like it's in a giant room. It's just a few feet from the window.
There are three spacecrafts coupled together, so it's quite deep.
Right, but it's still not that big where they are. But where they are,
10 feet away from the window.
That's pretty small. Yeah. This whole room is pretty small, right? It's basically smaller than here to where our screen that we're looking at.
But the point is, it's not the Earth floating in space. It's the window.
It's definitely not.
Made up to look like the Earth floating in space.
The blacked out environment, if they're trying to pretend that that's space, that's deception.
Exactly.
But it still doesn't mean that they're not 100%.
One thing at a time. We concluded, yes, they are faking being halfway to the moon.
No. That's not what we concluded. We concluded that they are faking that the blackness around that image of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming.
That's why I'm confused.
But hold on, Jamie. So we're confirming that they definitely were. If they were saying that blackness, which is clearly right, clearly, what they're saying that blackness is space and that circular image is the Earth, looking at the Earth through space, that's clearly.
Okay, so the Apollo 11 is being deceptive with their photography. Why would they do that if they really went to the moon?
Okay, Steelman. I mean, I know this is annoying.
You mean Steelman means devil's advocate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm taking the other side's position.
Why?
Because it's interesting to see how it lines up. You would say they wanted good footage. They couldn't get good footage any other way. They couldn't get through where the camera is and how big the camera is and how small the window is, the amount of space they're working with. They couldn't get real clear footage of the Earth in space in the distance. They decided to film it this way. Film it through that circular window. We'll black out everything. It'll look like space, but you will see the Earth from where we are, which is 130,000 miles out.
You know, there's a film coming out in July, and I don't know, I've only seen the trailer, but they talk about shooting the moon landing as a backup. Now, they don't care why you believe the real, as long as you do. Believe you're communing with aliens, with the secret or Armstrong did. It's the same thing. If they really went to the moon, they wouldn't have to fake any of it because they showed so little of the mission anyway.
Right. During they really went to the moon,
they wouldn't dare fake any of it because there were people at the time already fake. They wouldn't fake any of it if it was real. Even during the landing, they showed computer animation, and then all of a sudden, that black and white image.
They wouldn't dare fake it if it was real. This is where we disagree because I think it's very difficult to go there. It's even more difficult to go there and document, right? And specifically when you're talking about camera equipment. If you take camera equipment, the old school film, and you run it through old school radar detectors at the airport, those metal detectors, fucks up your camera equipment, right? Doesn't it fuck up your film?
Well,
but doesn't it? Isn't that correct?
It wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon. They went 6 times
I know, but
in
listen,
3 years. They
but
drove
listen to me.
cars on the moon,
But that's
played
not what I'm
golf
saying.
on the moon.
But that's what I'm saying.
And yet, for some reason, today, they can only send mannequins to orbit the moon?
Listen, we're in agreement on this. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what you could say is that the real maybe they went and they faked the footage. The reason they faked the footage is the footage got all fucked up because they went through radiation.
I'm sure they would love the public to believe that, because many filmmakers like myself agree that the footage is fake. So how can we possibly trick the public into thinking the moon landings are real, even though the pictures are fake? Why don't we create a feature film saying, well, we just only did it as backup and some of that footage got leaked into the real footage? They showed so little real footage to begin with. Why didn't they just have a camera on the side of the rocket showing live pictures during the descent instead of a little Atari computer animation and then suddenly a picture of them stable and coming out of the spacecraft? Because they faked it. As you know from my book, we have an eyewitness who saw them film Apollo 11 at Cannon Air Force Base, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1968. And
yeah, but I have eyewitnesses that were raped by Bigfoot. You can find those.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like, if the guy wasn't here, his
son cooperates. We have a video that we can show. The point is, and it's not even in my book, okay? The first thing the guy says as he's dying, about to meet his maker, fearing not being on the right side of judgment, is that he's a murderer. He killed somebody. His son, who you can go to Sabrell.com, watch his son's testimony, who saw his father's deathbed confession. He said, who did you kill? He said, I killed a coworker at Cannon Air Force Base where he was the chief of security. The military police came in and they interrogated him as he's dying, wanted to notify the relatives of the person who he killed. Who did you kill? Such and such a person. A fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. Why did you kill him? We both eyewitnessed the filming of the fake moon landing June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. My friend thought it was morally wrong. He was going to tell a reporter, and I killed him to cover it up. His son confirmed he was chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base, right across the street from it. He stood beside President Johnson, who was there for the first 3 days of filming. He gave him a list of 15 people that were there who were allowed in the VIP entrance to eyewitness it. Neil Armstrong's on the list, Aldrin is on the list, several people I never heard of. We got that list, we published it in my book. And this is real. His son, after telling me this information and confirming it, his house was broken into a few days later. Everything about his father was confiscated. Days after that, 2 agents show up from the government. This is less than 2 years ago, threatened to kill him and his family if he ever talks to me again about his father's participation in the moon landing. The White House was involved in investigating. The FBI was, and the United States Senate Intelligence Committee investigated it. And that man and those reports are sealed because it's a great embarrassment to the federal government that they did actually fake the moon landing. I was the biggest fan. If I can go from being the biggest fan to having to accept the sad fact that our government is that arrogant. And not only that, I interviewed the widow of Gus Grissom, who was going to be the first man to walk on.
We should explain one of the things that Gus Grissom did that got people very angry. He hung a lemon.
That's right.
Yeah, explain that.
Well, basically, he was totally confused how they could possibly think they're going to the moon in 2 years. He thought it was 10 years away. And still, we can't even go now, right, because of the radiation. And he was preparing reports to give to Congress and the Senate that his wife told me were confiscated from his house by CIA agents before they even informed her that he was dead, which he had died a few minutes earlier. She told me, I interviewed her for 4 hours, the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon. And he was the most beloved of the press corps. And he was so frustrated, he kept complaining up the chain of command they wouldn't fix anything because the higher-ups knew they weren't going to go and hadn't committed yet to faking it and therefore hadn't told the astronauts yet. And that's why they weren't fixing anything.
This is your belief.
Well, her conclusion as well.
Right.
And in his fury, without permission, he held the press conference. He invited a bunch of reporters to the top of the rocket where he affixed a lemon the size of a grapefruit on a coat hanger. He said, "This thing is a lemon, a piece of junk," made the evening news. And a few days later, he dies. His wife told me that on January 26, 1967, he came home from work and said the following: "Son, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad today. I wonder why they're here inspecting me. Never seen him here before." He's dead the very next day from faulty equipment. His widow told me he was murdered by the CIA, the man who was going to be the first man to walk on his moon. His son, 747 pilot, did the same thing, who I interviewed for 3 hours. His father was murdered by the CIA. So it's one thing if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody. Maybe I'll confess my devious nature. I kind of, admire their ingenuity. Like the people who tunnel from the dry cleaner into the bank. But not if you kill 3 guards, slit their throats, who have wives and children. And the first,
with 3 guards.
Well, I'm just saying, for example, if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody, that's one thing. But that's not the case. You see, and I know the type of person you are and the type of guests you have on your show. We're true patriots. Patriots have to face facts that when people take an oath to this country, it's to protect it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They always want misdirection, the boogeyman, to be in some other country where the biggest traitors to our country are Americans in high office, right? That's what's going on. And the first document of our country isn't the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence, where it says when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. According to Betty Grissom, they took away his life. They take a third of our income. They deceive us to a moon landing. And then they use that money to pay the salaries of the CIA agents who killed Gus Grissom.
Okay, but let's go to Gus Grissom's death. So Gus Grissom died in an accident, right? He died in a fire, correct?
His wife said that fire was set in.
I understand that she says that. I understand that why she would do that. That makes sense.
Well, if her husband said the agents are messed around with the equipment the day before, and he's dead the next day from faulty equipment, the CIA killed him. It's pretty obvious.
It could possibly be that, definitely. But also, when you're launching rockets, a lot of people die.
They weren't launching anything. It was just a ground pressing button. And they found that they pressurized that space capsule with 100% oxygen, where steel will become flammable. They reversed the door the day before so that it opened inwardly instead of outwardly. It took an extra 5 or 10 minutes to open up. And then they found a pile of oily rags so that they would do a spark. And then I got the Apollo 1 report. We bought it for $10,000 for Roger Caffey's widow, his estate. And there was a dip in power right before the fire because the CIA had something clamped in there, start the fire, they ignited it, it caused a dip in power, and then the fire.
So where's this evidence that there was a dip in power?
Well, it's in the Apollo 1 report.
That there was a dip in power.
Right before the fire, because something was tapped in prior that the CIA rigged the previous day, and that's what killed it.
Is there a logical explanation for why they reversed the doors?
Yeah, so they would make sure not to be able to get out. It would take more time to get out.
But is there a logical explanation in terms of
they could say
design?
They were something new, right? That's their excuse.
Right. And the fire, what was the official explanation for how the fire was started?
Faulty wiring.
And what was the evidence that the oxygen didn't increase the environment?
That's a fact.
Jenny, how are you, girl? Oh, hey, how are you? Hey, Jenny, are you in my Discord? Well, I'm going to send you a link, okay? Jenny, do you know who I am? You're amazing, and I love you. What are you doing?
something.
Nice. What does it show?
Guy.
No, what does it show? I could just tell you it's a landing site. What do you don't see much. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't prove nor disprove. It's not clear enough to say what that look at the rover. I see anything that makes it that is because it's so it's not. It's neither proof nor it doesn't prove or disprove. In my opinion.
Well, here's another interesting. You have Neil Armstrong said he personally picked up a particular rock, but it saved it who he gave to, right? And they put it in a hermetic. The curator saw my film, said, "Oh, I wonder." In the middle, I expected no one to open it up. He opens the rock under the microscope, and it's petrified wood. It's kind of this ethereal looking. So unless there are trees growing on Earth, on the moon, then it's fake. In fact, story it says moon rock proved to be fake. That Neil Armstrong picked up and personally delivered. But no reporter asked, rocks are fake? What about them?
Okay, steal me on that. You would say, what was the chain of custody between Neil Armstrong and this prime minister?
He brought it to him. Personally gave it to him. And he said, I picked this up off the surface of the moon. This is the rock. I remember it. Here you go. They put it in a box. Not much chain of command to get messed up.
The thing is, like, who's got it after that, and is it possible someone stole and swapped it out with a rock that looked like this bullshit? Possible. You have to think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
Again, I'm with you. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it seems highly likely that they gave him a fake one. But you have to leave the door open to someone who's involved, who's fraudulent, who knew there was a moon rock there, and some guy said, hey, man, I'll give you $100,000.
Another interesting point is 6 weeks before they're allegedly going to the moon for the very first time, somehow with that deadline, von Braun, former Nazi, takes a leisurely vacation in Antarctica where he picks up, dozens of pounds of lunar meteorites. I wonder what they use those for.
Let's explain that too. That Antarctica is one of the best places to find meteorites, because the fact that it's completely white, it's all frozen snow, and the meteorites will stand out. They'll stand out in the snow.
Yeah, and it hardly ever snows there, so there's not much to cover them up. Right. And maybe the orbit being the South Pole is more prone to meteorites.
Right. So it's very well known that you can get meteorites in Antarctica. A lot of them they can conclusively prove. Correct? This is all true? Okay. So Werner von Braun maybe needed to know what he was looking at when he got those moon rocks back. So he's like, well, we have any on Earth? Well, yes, sir, we do. We have some lunar meteorites we can find in Antarctica. Let's take a trip. Didn't he have a broken arm at the time? I believe
there's one picture of him,
in a cast,
right after he was captured, where his arm is broken. I was just talking.
Oh, it's right after he was captured? I thought it was in Antarctica.
No. It was, he's in his Nazi. And it's right after he got captured and brought over in Operation Paperclip. I always wondered how he broke his arm. It's like either he was being sassy during an interrogation, or he got, bombed and, got pulled out of rubble.
Could have been he loved Hitler so much.
Yeah, or maybe he got carpal tunnel syndrome from doing the salute too many times.
So he was a legitimate Nazi, and this is important because this is a thing that I know a lot of people denied. Operation Paperclip
lady,
was,
how you doing?
right after the end of World War II, where we acquired.
Yo, Big Swole, can you hear me? Excellent. You join my Discord? I understand if you haven't yet. I know you're playing a game. Amazing. Thank you. If there's anything I can ever do to help you, please let me know. Yeah, dude, come on. I'll explain to you what's going on. I'll make it last 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Come on in. Here we go. I'll just show you. Okay. You're in the Discord. Go to the main chat. The main VC, where you see all my accounts. That's what I mean. Main VC. Alright. And the moment you see the button, you can. No, I want you to see my screen. Press the button in the corner that says view screen. You see? Ready? Here's what matter well here. Everything come in. We've got rules. Do a fuck up. And put them in. Anyway, my screen. That's okay. Alright. So if you want to watch me on YouTube, what you do is 24/7 you and then it'll just take 5 on it. So we can go here. I even have a stealing cam. I'm on stealing. So I know. Alright. You're probably like, Rabbi, why can't we type it? There are some places where you can type it. But sometimes people put bad things. Nothing right now. The reason why is people sometimes put really disgusting stuff in here because I spam their chats. They spam mine. Here, I'll show you. We're not. So then these are radio stations. Go in and check out some of these stations and what they're playing. So they're always playing like this is Kodachrome by Simon and Garfunkel. So I got these different. Can you hear me? Excellent. I got these different radio stations here. Then what do we have? We have. Oh yes, I do. I understand. One moment. Apologies. I am gonna pull up, and I know I have to be so here. So, but this is the coolest, biggest Discord in the history of mankind, and it's like a movie. Field of dreams. If you build them, all of these different Discords will be used. So, excellent. All right. So we were just listening to some music. Then in here we have information. Here's my asking. This is a really cool thing. I want you to take a look at it. It's going to be the biggest thing in the world. I'm going to go by because of it. I have already added on. You can see them here. Here's a good question. What kind of battery thing should power cell phones? I write it increasingly defined by the quest of sustainability. Innovations in technology continue to reshape our world. Batteries represent a revolutionary approach, leveraging microgravity for devices without the need for conventional recharging methods. Isn't that a really good idea? Yes, microgravity. So when the phone is in your pocket and you walk around, that charges the phone. It never needs to be recharged, and it's always charging, and it has a battery life of hundreds of years. So I have a little essay in here about how it's environmentally friendly, its efficacy and reliability, utilization of Earth's microgravity. Gravity batteries capitalize on the microgravity present on Earth, utilizing mechanisms such as gravitational potential energy conversion. This approach taps into a potential energy source, reducing dependency on finite resources and promoting long-term sustainability. Anyway, that's a really good thing. And I have 400. Just like, hey, how about this? Hey, can you please tell us ways that we can travel faster than the speed of light? Everybody says that you can't travel faster than the speed of light, and I think you can. Fuck you, Einstein. Here we go. Warp drive, that's an Alcubierre drive, or a similar concept that warps space-time. Wormholes, shortcuts through space-time connecting distant points. Hyperspace, an alternate dimension where distances are shorter. Tachyon, hypothetical particles that move faster than light. Subspace, a region of space below normal space allowing faster travel. Quantum tunneling, utilizing quantum phenomena to traverse space, holding or bending space to reduce travel distance. Quantum entanglement, using entangled particles for instant communication and travel. Gravity manipulation, controlling gravity to propel spacecraft. Antimatter energy, utilizing antimatter for extremely efficient propulsion. 100 of these. Most people don't think there's more than one. Okay, so that's really interesting. I wanted to know about. Okay. Okay, so then what else do we have? I have information on technology here where essentially the antimatter weaponry, brain computer interface, cryptogenic preservation, force fields, fusion power, gravity control, hyperspace travel, invisibility cloak, nanotechnology, reactionless drive, space elevator, station field, teleportation, time machine, warfare, all this really cool shit. And you can see all that. The next thing are all my Instagrams you can find here. The next thing. Instagram. What are my Instagrams? I've got a bunch of them. I see. Okay, I see technology, then there's Instagram, text. Yep, but I'm at Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram. That's like my name. But I'm also Rabbi Rothschild 5 and Rabbi Rothschild 7 and Rabbi Rothschild 10 and 42 and 50 and 37 and 48 and 11 and 75 and BioRabbi.com 001 and 003. So I'm a bunch of other ones too. And if you're like, why do you have so many? I have more content than any person in global history. So you have some money because you want to have the most. Exactly. You want to have the most. That's really easy to understand. Excellent. I'm glad. Your goal is to be the most. 100%. Here we have my link tree, and you have my YouTube live streams. I'm just linktree.com/Rothschild. You can get the Discord server here. You can message me there. I have press releases for when I built the record of most in person. have my podcast here. I've got highlighted on Quora. I've got website archives. On my Twitter, some of my Twitches. I've got compiled links, another link feed. I've got locals. I've got Spotify, Facebook, Africa.tv, Telegram, Camfrog, TikTok. I've got a bunch of TikTok, Reddit. I got a bunch of kicks that have been banned. Loco. I got Instagram, a ton of Instagrams. I got a ton of TikToks, YouTube. I got a ton of YouTube. And then at the very bottom, I have PayPal, Family Coffee, Cash App, Ethereum, and Solana. Okay, moving on. I have my press releases here. If you want to read about where my press releases are, I have my TikTok account here. You can find all of them there, or some of them, and I have some YouTube up there.
What do you mean with press release?
Where I told the world.
Articles about you
Exactly.
On news page.
Exactly. Chief Rabbi when I for all my streaming about me. So then we have the interviews. So I've done a bunch of interviews. And the key thing is you want to look at the chats for all of these. The chats have information. So all the different interviews that I've done are different podcasts where people have interviewed me. You can find here. And then we have the video and the audio available. I also have, this is really important. So I'm going to quickly show it to you. I know you have to go, but this is really important. I'm going to align the world because I have so much data. I'm going to align the world on some very important topics, like on what side of the road we're supposed to drive, and whether we should use the imperial system or the metric system. And one thing that is going to have to change, especially because of space and traveling through space and calculating the speed of light, is we have to get rid of leap years. And here's why. When we're calculating the speed of light, are we calculating in light in 365 days or 366 days, or it's actually 365.25 in a little bit? So here is what I propose. This is what the calendar will look like. You'll be able to see it bigger. This is an adequate calendar. What we have is okay. Can you hear me any better?
Yes, it's better again.
Excellent. So the Earth is currently on a calendar where we have to have leap years. And
yes,
it's
I know. You have to change that. You have to model system. You were explaining me what.
Exactly. So this is what it will look like. The week structure. Each week consists of 10 days. 3 days of work designated as weekdays. 1 day off, which is a rest day. Then there are 3 more days of work and 3 days off. So you could see this down here. The pink are days you work, then you get a day off in the middle, then the 3 days you work, then you get a 3-day weekend. So it's 3 days on, 1 day off, 3 day on, 3 day off. So every week you get a 3-day weekend. Now, the monthly structure. There are 4 weeks per month, making each month consist of 40 days. Okay. The annual structure. The calendar comprises 9 months of 40 days each, totaling 360 days. That leaves an additional 5.25 days to be accounted for. The 10th month. The 10th month serves as a catch-up for 5.25 days. This month is divided into regular weeks, but rather serves to complete the year. The benefits of this system is simplicity. The calendar simplifies scheduling by maintaining consistent week and month links. There are no leap years or complex adjustments needed. Predictability. Knowing that every month has the same structure, 4 weeks and 10 days each, allows for better long-term planning and routine. Regular rest. The pattern of work and rest is evenly distributed throughout each month, potentially leading to improved work-life balance and productivity. Cultural and religious significance. For communities observing specific religious or cultural practices, such a calendar could align more closely with the traditions or beliefs. Environmental impact. Some proponents predict that RabbiRothschild's calendar could have positive environmental impacts, although the specifics would depend on broader societal change. So it's just an idea we have there. Additionally, we have it doesn't ever expire. Or other things. ChatGPT. Look how much content. You're like, with this. These are tweets that I made. So what is this one? According to ChatGPT, here is a list of alleged information regarding agricultural drones. What is that? Agricultural drones are unmanned aerial vehicles that are used in farming. They are equipped with sensors and cameras to collect data about crops and soil. The data collected by agricultural drones. You can go on to all this stuff for seawater greenhouse. So where you create a greenhouse.
I have an idea.
What's that?
I have an idea. People are trying to make
Word. No. So well, we most certainly can do that. You have to understand, it's much bigger than that. When people come in here, they're going to be on board for information. I'm not saying I won't do a book. I'll do that in addition to all of it. Do you know about robots? Okay, so I'm going to show you robots right now. These are like, I'm going to get big very soon, so I'm going to stop streaming that for a second because I'm going to show you. And my robots are super cool. Okay, so do you know what Kick is? Okay, Kick is like Twitch or YouTube. Yeah. So I own that motherfucker. And if you're like, what do you mean, Rabbi? Okay, do you see my hands here? Do you see my hand? Okay. I have 4 computers set up. Watch what this is going to do. Do you see the pink pointer?
Yes.
Okay. So this pointer is very smart. It's got robots set up. It's going to recognize where this follow button is, wherever the follow button is on the page. It has image detecting technology.
Okay.
Just for a moment, and you're going to see that pink pointer move to the follow button and press it at the exact time it needs to. It pressed the button, followed the person. Then what it's going to do is it's going to create a clip of this person. What does it mean to create a clip of the person? It takes like the last 30 seconds of their chat and gives me the opportunity to name it, and I name it the name of my Discord, which is Rabbi Rothschild, and discord.me/rabbi, so that people come here. And so it's super annoying to the creator because they have to manually delete them. And then what it...
You have these accounts,
and
the accounts automatically follow the creators.
Right.
And what happens is the creator sees, oh, I have a new follower. Then the follower is named after a link.
The name is Join Rabbi's Discord, and then a bunch of other stuff. And then what I do is I'm able to create a clip, and in the clip, normally people entitle it like, hey, this is when the creator did something funny. I name mine Join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord and put the link to the Discord. Then what I do is I spam. So right now it's spamming 13 times. And then what it's going to do after it spams 13 times and annoys the people, either they ban me or it spams 13 times. And then what it's going to do is it's going to close the window and it's going to go to the next person on the big board of Kick. And it just keeps going down. It's done 85 people thus far this round. Go ahead.
What happens if this method gets reported and then they make a count of it that just automatically deletes your accounts?
This bot with one button can create a brand new account. So I just have to press one button and it creates a new account.
Just say now every account that has join Rabbi is automatically banned.
So then I spell Rabbi RABBBI. I just slightly change it.
Okay, that's very interesting.
Very smart. Okay, so that's what that is. So if you're like, oh, so you're gonna get a bunch of people in here, that's how I got 1,000 people in here. Okay, so that's very exciting. If you're like, hey, we should write a book. I'll write a book, trust me on that one. But also, this is very important because people are just coming in here randomly and they're finding out about me randomly because of these robots. I have 4 of these robots going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And they're very powerful. Okay, next up in our Discord tour, and I'll make it quick. It's not that much more. We could be in here all day. Okay, I understand. You take care. I understand. Take care. Excellent. I'll see you in 40 minutes. Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yes, I can hear you. Absolutely. Feel free to stay as long as you want. Live in here. I'd love you to. Take care.
landing. So obviously, speak for themselves. It has to be continually supported because it's so the moon is
It was the first time they ever pulled that off. The first time they ever tried.
I think they used to do like, but
Did they do that on?
well, they couldn't practice
Right, but
it for the first time. They
did
did it
have the
obviously every
ability. Did they have the ability to land something on the ground? Did they have that kind of control back then?
No, I don't think so.
Probably not, right? So if they did, if Apollo 11 did happen and they did take off, that time they did it was the first time anybody had ever tried to use one of those things to get off the surface of the moon. So
Worked every time close.
with a person, with 2 people, 3. No, 2 people and a person in the orbiter.
Landed on 10 were launched into space. Of those, 6 landed humans onto the moon. First 2 were flown to test in low Earth orbit without a crew at Apollo, though.
Let's talk about the AI discovery. You know about that, right?
But hold on, before we get going. So the first 2 were in America?
The landing Apollo 10 and conducted on Apollo 11.
And so, footage of them trying that thing? No, just having it launched on Earth. I'd be fascinated to do it. Nothing gets there. You know, because if they were able to make a lunar lander that Neil Armstrong got in, that thing would look very different than the ones that were. But that thing, if he's doing that to try to overcome 6 times gravity Earth has over the moon, what does that look like when they're testing that thing? Like, how much thrust does it have, and where's the engine? Where's the rockets that propel that thing into space? Like, where do you fit those? This is my question. You know, and so how did they explain that away? Like, what is the conventional explanation as to how that thing had the amount of power that was required to get off of the moon's gravity?
Reporter, how you living, Tim? Living like a playboy. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Let's go to your neck of the woods. Very cool. You said the volume. You said the volume was 4. I understand. That's important. You have a good time? Did you have a good time? Oh, not at all. Word dog. How long have you been in the community? How long have you been in the community? Yo, Pimp, how long have you been in the community? How long have you been in the community? How long have you been in the community? Not you, reporter. Reporter. Yo. Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Okay, so I just been outside where friend with a band, their sound quality was poor and using that. I got you. Yo, what up? How are you? Yo, F18, can you hear us, dog? That's okay. F18, we'll give you one. It's not okay. All right. How long have you been reporter? Dog, how long you? Yeah. So we just passed it, and the coin's been around for years. That's great. And we're the only coin ever that has literally had someone available 24/7 help you out. You're good, you're bad. I'm here for the community to lend support, almost like a concierge of the thing. I do my best to represent 24 pros, like Sonic head covers, I got my pillow, how they're I'm gonna tell you, I'm not RabbiRothschild. I have, I'm the reason why this, well, it's already too tough. No, you don't understand. I stream my like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and I haven't been doing this for 1 year. I've been doing it now for more than 3 years. That means I have more data compiled on YouTube than any person will ever. I got 4 robots that are going 24/7 on Kick, and I've got a Discord that has a lot of people that are doing it with over 1,000 people. And any day now, so, like, all right, so you mean live streaming like 24/7, like television show Big Brother or the Jim Carrey movie The Truman Show, absolutely. That's what I do. You can watch me from one of 8 different angles, and additionally, I've been able to capture the story of this coin because I've been streaming the whole time. So it's archived, it's history archived. Any other coin, Pepe, not that that's not a good coin, or Doja, that's not a good coin, but any other coin, Bitcoin, Ethereum, anything, it doesn't have a story. Our story is on video. It's captured better than any other cryptocurrency. All right. With that being said, I also have more content on other platforms. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 1,200 Twitter accounts, and over 5,000. Okay. So what happened was Twitch had a bunch of streamers who were very successful and outbid Twitch for all their best streamers, and now those people are on it. All right. So what does that have to do with this? I have 4 different robots I'm going to do now that the out of the platform 24/7. So what do these robots do? But you're going to see the pink pointer here, and you'll see that it's there. This will be automatic typing. Okay, you're doing well. Publish a clip here, and you'll see this was just in the middle of creating a clip on this creator. But essentially what this does is creates a clip on the advertises and my Discord, and then what we do is spam that 13 times. You'll see this enter, and basically all of this is being done automatically. This is all automated, and then what it also does is it follows the creator. It's a very intelligent robot. It isn't just using positioning. It actually can recognize shapes so that it knows exactly where to click on an image, whether the image is there. It has different capabilities. It's very interesting. So what you'll see it doing now is it just goes down the front page, just like this would be YouTube's front page or Twitch's front page. This is Kick's front page, and what it's going to do is open a new window. Once it opens a new window, it takes a few moments because there are some security features that it has to make sure that it can click exactly where it needs to be and not be detected, and all kinds of other things. But you're going to see it click the follow button here in just a moment. It'll recognize where that follow button is, and excellent. There, you see that finger? It just pressed it, and you can see this is a devastating bot. I've got 4 of them going right now at any given time, and it's made me a very popular person on this platform. And so when you're like, okay, well, what does it have to do with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu? I am wearing the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu merchandise. If anyone who is, I am. I'm basically a walking, talking billboard. So anything that I do like Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And I know that essentially a lot of people about the coin from Kick. And in fact, I had somebody in here earlier today. They wear Sproto. If you know what Sproto, these NFT things are the Sprotos, and then we have the coin itself. This person came into the Discord, and I saw that they had a Sproto, and I was like, oh hey, I thought they were from this Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram, and they're like, oh no, I saw you on Kick, and that's how you met. So I'm like, you tell me that you just randomly had a Sproto, you came in here, I recognized it, but we Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram, we met from this Kick Discord, and he was like, absolutely. So I can tell you that it's doing really well. This Discord, I got over 1,000 people in it. I'm going to send you an invitation. Do you ever use Discord?
Yeah, I'm mostly on the 3 platforms that basically history of Discord, Telegram, and Twitter. Those are actually the main actually the spheres of social media.
Excellent. Well, as you can see, these are devastating robots. And I also have the biggest Discord that you'll ever see. It's over 500 different VCs. Any of the chats of the VCs, and you will see really amazing content. A lot of it is for the channel. So I've got like different genres in there. You can go in and see what AI thinks are the best 100 best rappers of all time, the 100 best classic rock bands of all time, the 100 best pop groups of all time, whatever it may be. and you can also go in there and get up to the minute sports information, fantasy football information. You can get up to the minute news things up to the minute. Every 10 minutes. I have an RSS feed to Reddit, so anything from like anime to sports to news to like culture, like the top pages of Reddit. They all filter these different VCs that I have, and then what else do we have that's cool in there? A lot of really neat information. I've got 50 channels for fans. I've got a bunch of channels for different people who like um, video games. And actually, Big Swole, who's in this chat right now, he's also in my Discord currently, and back in like 30 minutes now. It should be, and we're gonna tour Discord. So yeah, what else do we do? I can tell you this. This is a cool thing to recorder. I am a futurist. It means I'm someone who studies the future, and I can tell you that if things go according to plan, I don't think you're gonna die. The reporter, have you ever heard anybody say that they don't think you're gonna die? Okay, there you go. Hey, I'm not gonna deny that by any means. That might be a way. What I mean to say though is that I don't think you will experience death in the conventional sense. You're at a point in society. I don't know how old you are, but chances are you're not uh, towards the twilight of your life. You are still young and you're well invested. If you are even in the cryptocurrency discussion, you're well invested because you're in the top 1% of people on Earth who has cryptocurrency. You have to understand that cryptocurrency has only been a thing really for about 50 years now, and that this isn't a 1 or 5 year plan. This is a 100 or 500 year plan. And so you're at the very pinnacle and the start of all of it. So what does that mean? It means that I think that you are going to be able to afford some of the technology that I'm going to reference. And what do I mean by that? You'll be able to afford, firstly, life extension technology. What do I mean by life extension technology? Cryonics, that's cold therapy. Uh, Stem cells. I think that you can use human growth hormone and a litany of other things to be able to extend your life. All right, Rabbi. So how long do you think that you can extend in this current body? Maybe 100, 120? Stem cells are commercially available and have been for the last decade. Even growth hormone for the last 2 decades. Cryonics, cryonics as well. And if you listen, I do a lot of listening to Joe Rogan. He is a huge user of cryotherapy, getting like cold shock therapy. Every morning he does cold plunge. Generally, he, and what people are doing is they're flying to Cuba and going to Mexico for human growth hormone, human growth hormone, and also um, stem cells. Stem cell therapy is very big. In fact, uh, Joe Rogan was talking about it the other day as well. He had the guy on who had the first Neuralink, well, the only Neuralink um, implant in their brain, the Elon Musk brain computer interface. So the guy's name is uh, uh, Nolan Astro and something like that. And I mean, this guy's a quadriplegic, but the thought is that wherever the break is in his back, you're good. You're good. You're good. Take your time. Yep. Oh, tight. Oh, amazing. Absolutely. Uh-huh. It has been, but it doesn't have to be. You have to understand that there's a breakaway civilization here on Earth are the haves and the transhumanism that we are entering, where we are basically changing from traditional Homo sapien to someone who can edit their own genes using CRISPR technology, or extend their life using life extension technology, or perhaps be able to upload their mind into a computer for later download into a clone, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an ethereal being, whatever you be. And when we start talking about that and a being that doesn't die, I think we both can agree that's no longer a Homo sapien. That's now evolving into a different type of creature. Excellent. That's correct. You could evolve using transhuman technology into a new type of being. And yo-yo. Okay. Wait, let's talk about that. So that's a different kind of technology. All right. So your grandmother, is she still with us, or has she passed? Well, not necessarily. And what do I mean by that? There's also a technology. We are able to get your DNA is over belonging from your DNA. We could basically reverse engineer your DNA to create her DNA. We put that in a machine. That machine creates a clone of her. Now you're gonna say, Rabbi, I understand DNA, but it's not gonna have her soul. It won't have her personality. It won't have her. That's what you. I'm sure you have. I know, but I'm just. Trust me, I've had this conversation with many, many different people. That's usually the kind of. So what happens? There's another type of technology that people do not know that I want them to know, and it uses photographs. So basically, right now, a photo is a two-dimensional representation of. But is that a perfect? Is that a perfect definition of it? No, but it works. All right. In the future, we'll be able to take that two-dimensional picture, that two-dimensional snapshot in history, and cut back the layers to perhaps be able, if you had a picture of your grandmother, be able to peel back layers of that camera to be able to make what her brain looked like, and if what the her brain looked like, we'll be able to have very, very minuscule level to the perhaps very atoms that made up her memory and made up her brain, that also could reflect her personality, her charisma, her energy, and all the other things that you loved about her. Now, there are some people who are going to say, I don't want that. I hate it. I hate it. I don't want that. Hey, no one's forcing this on you. But there are many people, and I talk to them every day, who have lost ties with them. And when I talk to them about this technology, they walk in life the next day with an outlook. They say to themselves, you know what? I'm either invested in cryptocurrency or I'm a creator, which means that I'm able to basically provide for myself in one way or another. And if I continue to do this well, it's a motivation in the future that I may be reunited with a loved one. And the people I live with are the people who lost children, who never had the opportunity to one, especially humans who never had this. Now, we're going to be able to guarantee that everything. No, but with enough technology, we'll get it that it's so unrecognizable that you'll never know different. Word. I got another. I'm just saying, the co-sponsored me with all this merch because they know I know how to market it, that I'm gonna do get behind it. But the way that happened was I just basically I was Twitter what I would do, so I would find a video that was talking about crypto. I don't know if you've ever listened to it, but you can only talk about for your project for like, then it gets really boring. Sometimes it's long. So they would go, and eventually I got to know creators, Twitter Spaces, and I would volunteer to host, host, and they liked that I did this. So then they started requesting me for different Twitter Spaces, and then one day I was talking about some of these advanced technology, and someone from the Harry Potter Obama Center said, do you know what Telegram is? And I'm like, yeah, no. Is there any way to join our Telegram? Really, really interesting, and to learn more about you. So that was last year. So I involved with the coin. I started streaming my life just about that same amount. I'm not streaming my life. The coin started. This iteration of the coin started May of 2023. So we celebrated a year. There was another iteration of the coin, like 2022, fall of 2022, something like that. But this is the real deal. This is the Obama Center. What else can I tell you about it? It has really great founders. Yeah. Well, I mean, on here, I mean, I can pretty much on a daily basis. And so they're really involved. One of them is named. I would say that if you have one of the founders, and go over in 5 seconds, probably very available in this chat all the time. Moonlight is one of them, and I don't know if you know who Moonlight is, but he fought. Do you know who BitBoy is? Ben Armstrong. Excellent. Exactly. So our founder fought Ben Armstrong in karate combat, which is like a really big martial arts event. They fought in Mexico City. It's really good. We got the coin a lot of publicity, and it's a really cool thing to do. Some other things that we do. Let me first, before I tell you about the advertising of the coin, we do really good things. We have wealth in Nigeria and also sponsored soccer teams in Nigeria. And if you're like, why are there so many Nigerians in this coin? It's because we have a lot of, it's like a things in Nigerian people that we have in here. Is this a Nigerian coin? I would say the heart of the coin is in Nigeria. We've gotten behind particularly some small villages in Nigeria to build wells for them. And so we regularly do that. And coin. There are people from all over the world. I would say the United States, Nigeria, the two main where you find people. A lot of Australia, a lot of UK. So there are people all over the world. But if you're wondering, like, why does this coin care so much about Nigeria? We have a spot in our hearts for people who've gotten in there, and we can really get money when we help people, and also ways that we advertise the coin. We advertise it on F1, if you're familiar with that type of motorsport, and also we have a campaign where people print stickers and put it over major cities and all kinds of things that we do. We're the opposite. We are, if they're the Wall Street Animal House in terms like these, this is the wild. Yeah. So basically, in the goes, let me warn you. If they don't, you are avoid poisoning. If you get anything red, let me know. Something like that. That's it happen, but when you get your long run, so just say whatever. If you ever see some of the things, well, let me explain why we have Harry Potter. Obama. You know why I did that? I should have explained this. I should have, although this was actually something that I did not know. Like, believe it or not, I learned more over the course of the year. Different things like that. But over this one time, I know this is the story. This is how it started. Harry Potter Obama. Do you know what English is? Basically, usually like people in Asia, pronounce your name. Excellent. So there's a famous picture of a child in Amsterdam, and it's one of these like mass-produced items that you would get in Hong Kong or China that the person there isn't familiar with American laws or their they just will throw anything on and give it. So basically, some designer in China created a design of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, what you see here, and put it on a backpack that was eventually shipped. This backpack was featured in a, I think on Reddit or something like that, on the English subreddit, which is like this. There's some too, where Chinese tattoos and them all incorrect, not perfect. Exactly. It's just on a backpack, and that picture goes viral because so many memes, Harry Potter, Sonic, it's really different. They don't really make it perfect. But I mean, exactly how to about it. It's basically as expanded at one point, one put together the best stuff that they thought about a product that would sell really well on a children's backpack. Basically, they were trying to find something that would be attractive to children, a child's backpack. So Harry Potter is really good things. And then they threw a couple other things on there, and that's how we get this. And you can actually find Potter about the Amsterdam food market. You can even see the original backpack. And on our merch store, you can buy a version of that original backpack if you ever want to replicate it. Plus a whole bunch of other things. I don't know if you can see it back here. I got this amazing Harry Potter Obama and a new hoodie that they've given me. It's like $500. They're really, really nice stuff. I'm not saying everything is expensive. This stuff is really, really affordable. But then there's some really, really nice quality. The quality of this sweatshirt is the nicest quality of the sweatshirt that you can get. The box even comes in. The way that you get the merch is you forward to MERPH and merch. You're good. You're good. Oh, word. Excellent. That's what it's so you're.com. It's 10. Okay. Exactly. When I look, they're like, hey, Rabbi, are you at a computer? So I was in the Twitter space. They're like, hey, like HPS1 in like a browser, and I saw it, and I was like, this is the internet. This is like an internet website looked like in 2004, like GeoCities website, if you know what I mean. You can call it a reference with that. Exactly. Exactly. And it has that on it for a website. Mine is avant-garde, and I saw it. And I remember I was streaming on YouTube, and I streamed the web alone for like 2 weeks. Always up when I was gone about. And I will tell you that for a coin to be around for a year is pretty impressive. It just means that we have staying power and the best is yet to come. Because when you're next years to and really be a lasting uh, resource for the world. This is not something that can do as well. If anything, if you get in that board, that chat, and it's boom, 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 boom. And it's interesting stuff. It's an example. We find a lot of news today. Like a week ago, there was a presidential thing. What would the people do? And they came into the VC so that we could all be together to see going on the news and all that other stuff. When we had presidential debate, we live streamed UFC, Super Bowl, we live fantasy, we did college basketball pool. There's so much to the community that we have here. And it's like, yeah, I guess we definitely are here because of the universe, but there's so much more that I bring some people in this community, particularly because uh, they are they find out about my purchase or anything, but they just love, and we have those people too. Yeah, so the ticker's coin. Why did we do that? We stole the name. Very smart of us. Everything about Bitcoin. They're not really like everybody's their reference PCs. We can take any clip and make it be saying, "Oh yeah, I bought Bitcoin." Celebrity, yeah, I bought Bitcoin. You can take that clip and it's like they're talking about our coin. It's brilliant. Exactly. And then you just take your Bitcoin, and then also, whenever anybody references, they know exactly what you're referencing. Like if you come in and say, Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu, that's a lot to say. So you can just say, I bought Bitcoin, and everybody knows what it means. You know, you really bought a meme coin that goes by the ticker Bitcoin. You don't have to say that. You just say, I bought Bitcoin. If we were a band that has the name Free Beer, it's like, oh, that's a fucking posters around the city. It's free beer, and everybody will come to their. Ours is big ticker because it's still, it's like, oh damn, it's like brilliant. They took the best. I don't think 24/7. The t-shirts are really nice. Look, wear whatever you want, and I'd be like, really buy merchandise. I'm just telling you, wherever they source it, really, really nice material. The blanket is phenomenal. Please now this sweatshirt. It's one of a kind. So it's limited edition. I don't know or something like that, but they're like made by someone. Like like NASA have like ships all over. So we've got our sponsorships all over, and it's really interesting. It's like, wait, how are you having Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic? How are you getting all of those licenses? The thing is that the recognize what is now I say is they use our license and want you to stop doing that. And at that point we win because if Warner Brothers recognizes who we are, and we're gonna go from 5 cents to $50 overnight. There you go. And believe it or not, Sega is probably one of the other companies to deal with that. Warner Brothers is where we run into. I think we with Obama. We're using positive light. The 10 is nothing. So once we got over that pump, I'm home free. But even if they did tell us, you want to use it, we just got to complete it. Everything about us. Exactly. Right. Find our. So L, this is our friend the reporter. The reporter is to community. I just explained the lore of Harry Potter 10 years. I met L through. Did I meet you through Ask Munch? Okay. Do you I'm, attorney, I'm taking care of you. I know. We've been talking now for a few months. So this is the best I've ever known. That's what it is. No, I don't care. What do you want to do? I want to know how you're doing. Appreciate it. It could be a salesman. I think that would be a customer. We don't want to get too successful and forget more than anything. What is it? Oh no, that's really good. No, it's not. Unless how you find all kinds of being like. I remember when it hit 20 cents, but it was just like a. Well, here's what it was. It was worth like apparently, there's a way to calculate that data inside. You can do that probably in my over the course of the last year, somewhere around 10. But you may have had periods where like there were periods I remember where sons, but then periods like I said that were 20. So for us, I want to know how that's defined. I remember very good. So have to pay for it. You don't make access. It might not be the right quality. This you will involve the game and be part of the team. And the way that you buy things early with a coin and pump it, and that's the way a lot of money. This one, you want to buy whenever you're confident in this, that is where you touch it. You put pressure on the coin because there are odds out there that perhaps are better suited to do that if you want to put money. But I can just talking to you and you're a lot of other like, well, I want to be regular and like it's a good long already their year. There are a lot of challenges that come with know that it's not a enough. How is it the coin that I make I know because this is perhaps not have that I need in the amount of time frame that I'm looking. I can tell you this honestly, no one else is going to tell us about a coin by and long term. This is brilliant in a huge amount, and not because it's funny, because we Twitter or we make memes. Any of it. The story is art that it has attached itself to that. It will have greater value. I think it's 100 million. That's what want X's, baby. You want right. You want 3, 4, 5 X return. Bingo bongo. Three more myself. I heard it described like this. Rituals in this year, $100 million. We had a traditional within 1 year take a business zero to $100 and anything else but this. That's right. So that's I'm a PMP, project management professional. So as I was at the start, I made it very successful. Law of going to change. We're going to be able to operate under the same rules. Essentially, what we did was we launched Uber for car washing. The push of the button, someone comes to your house with one car, very popular. Because but at PMP, and that was where the company and bought things to use where you can money. That's him saying to you, this is temporary. That he doesn't have the same. I can't just shut it on the last. Because you aren't just rearrange your deckers that you're doing use for no at the end of your not. You're not we're dogs, but you don't look at it that you don't know what 95 is. It's not just utopian. And it's just basically a teacher who is desires and gave it to you to be happy to be on the guess what you're gratifying. People know this book. Anthony Burgess, Blackboard Orange, and amazing. So he's like pretty well known. I could have given enough time catching on to the 1985. That's what you realize. Just one moment of Yellow. Your dog's name is Yellow. Boy, bro. Please, not you. Right? Let's go. And no, she like an animal knowledge, but she's time so this like right. What's weird about it? I have actually a full time as which is on ChatGPT about version. What am I? It's like for some reason they want to know. And maybe it's like does it like and I think it's pretty critique of modern society. We're just towards the the novel we're just talking of the future we're just now the term he describes society that not is 90 people. It's not like but it's a little clearer than the world. Context for just one critique. Literary Burgess is 2000 writing was saying like flying cars and other stuff more like in genre. At least this it means alternative. Like, absolutely, but it makes me want to write a that's super cool. And is it dire? Once you buy, then we're just gonna make a really fucking quest. And, it'll be like Cyberpunk, and we're gonna get little video sizes. We're getting to that vivid like hologram thing. Is that what's here? My Discord though, if you get a hold of me, people get robots and also wait, I'll check it out. Oh, okay. You know, it happened 55 years ago. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You do know the balls. You can say if you don't make you fracture. Remember, you are benefit after one, like, but two, you're like in the States, somebody's drinking malt. No drink malt. Who drink malt who are staying out on a Tuesday in the United States. Different levels. You've got like we're there at like 9 or whatever. Drink college, and you've got like hard left people drinking again. College kids are generally these people. You've got at least you get to the point where particular I don't know. Oh, absolutely. It's almost like I drink malt liquor. That's yes, I smoke. All of a sudden, like, oh, it's pretty strong alcohol, strong, and I think you're that I talked to you enough. If you did, it's never that true. I think people get drunk. Malt liquor lasts better. Any or wine or regular beer. Why malt liquor? Perfect. Wait, say more. So you're going to best. Where? What you doing from? Okay. Oh, okay. So, you drink. Can I try that? Yeah, I like browse. Oh, that's slurry. Dog. I think I no. I didn't. I over I was so about I realized ice beer and alcohol you didn't always buy ice beer. You get more fucked up. Your party stuff when your alcohol level. So that's why I said alcohol. And then when you're like, 8% all that shit. When you're getting that, you know a little bit of alcohol. Normally you're gonna do this like almost what the fuck you drink and fucking get it. But hey, oh what? Do anybody own They can advertise the fucking beer because in their constantly and the mother shit is around his Ferrari. Fucking right good time. Anyway, so you're good. What happened? Dude, yeah, dog. If like you were to ask somebody that she could think of. I'll show my foot. No, you also have to achievement. I think this is I understand. I think that's really sad that we're open up with that. Don't think about it. That's not what we're saying. Yeah. Don't look up. Yeah, because I'm a sucker when it comes to Googling. Teach you shit. Dog. You know what it is. I'm pretty sick. Oh, I thought you were right. Oh, I'm Canada. Here's what happened 5 years ago. Did this have to do with the fuck? But aside from those, and also, what do I do? What do you interesting? Like I have but for the place that why not? That's but that like I'm here. Let's say I actually know what happened on July 28th. Not quite. But hey, we got. Oh, wait, 1 second. What on, Jacob? Can you hear me? Excellent. I was a part of Rothschild. Oh, do you know? Yeah, easily. And yeah. That's not. You can hear me. I was just thinking about setting. So why does it? No. No. Let's let him do it. Which is something that you pay and America. We're going to country today. The country that you guys, I get that. There, why? Depending on this stuff. All right. How are you? Are you well? Excellent. I'm in the ocean. I know I'm in the ocean. I think you're in. And it's like, or, isn't there an ocean, Billy Ocean? Right. So, Jake, that it was July 2019. I got great. I want to mention of I like anyway. That America has to name. We're back World War champions, and it's like nothing to stop. And then we fast forward to today, where we back in the day, there's something that we celebrated. And I don't know how you were taught someone in school November. Sorry, wait, teacher Julius 1999. What did they? What about? Pulling up words, but I can relish the donuts with them in depth and like a good thing. That's how and throwing Ocean. Oh, no, no. No, no, no. I am going to do that to this street and so, there's a new day. Probably haven't seen outside the United, like in China, they get the thing. You ever seen the right? And I do. You can. Okay. I am like on it. Okay. Just one moment. I turn on. And because okay, and you're gonna do on the left side. You're gonna enter your iOS. Oh, okay. You're gonna for. I can't see the spaces on. Okay, for a moment. Okay. Wait. There are different. Everyone should be to speed. You see that? So for right now, we're gonna put and there's possibly have to request. Once you get a few people in there, then you request any or not anytime while entitle your so this is I'm going to do another phase and use the and especially the popular one, it's usually the top 5. If any benefit as well. Cryptocurrencies, choose investing, and choose Bitcoin. You can choose those like 3 things. Excellent. And we're going to get the room. Excellent. What you want to do? Yeah. And type into the side. This one. Okay. All I like then. What I want to do and type the word side and copy that emoji. And the first ways of accessing your problem, I like edited that different. The first character that you need to have space that did stuff. Then you want to write SAC. You want to hashtag down. And you want to type BICOI. It should become a title once you make the space. No, it doesn't. Okay, run. So you hashtag they don't do hashtag BC. Hashtag crypto. Yep. Hashtag invest. Crypto. Hashtag invest. We're gonna have a few ways they can use. You can say hashtag Ethereum. Yeah, cool. Excellent. Yep. Hashtag next. Excellent. And how many are you doing? Okay, we're gonna put that in. So that's good for now. you might be okay. Too many. You might have to adjust it for now. Okay, that's you. Okay, so into this case, when the west, then I'm sure you're gonna hold people. You can go ahead. Sorry. Yes. What we want to do is so now let me see if I can do it again. We can present 10 full, but just and I see that's the big point area. Excellent. So then we will be the Elganon ability of space, but that's too low. So you restart however long, and every day it'll show you. So the way we right part of the have anything on your file, just like anything. Sure. Hold on. Yeah, that's delete it, and when you do it again, we'll just read it twice. Excellent. Okay, so then create a space. Yeah, they gave you the option to schedule a space. So you can do tomorrow. Okay. What I want you to do is go in and send the one and me and I change it. I was one. Because I should have 24/7. No, once I do the and then call it so I the word hashtag. So I would plot I would so then we search anyway hashtag Can you hear me? Yeah, I didn't ask again. I understand. So here's what I want you to know. If you want to be my friend, you have to watch this part. You don't have to believe it, but you have to watch it. Because I refer to it. And I'm not going to reference it. So you're going to see the inconsistencies in the pictures. They're fine. There's going to be some leaked footage that emphasizes that it's not consistent. Where you see that these guys are low Earth orbit. So basically within 1,000 miles of the Earth, not transported halfway to the moon, but they say they're going to be. With that being said, this is very important. Here we go. Now, have fun and watch it. I'm going to talk about whatever you want, but I want everybody to see the complete picture. Just watch it. Just watch it. It's just watch together.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Got it. You know.
That's right. This. I made a mistake, and I need to go back to this one scene. It's so key. Oh, it's the scene. Oh, no, my fancy. Yeah. There's something else you have to see. This is, if you think bad something, this is straight up in your face. You have to see this. So, what are you trying to talk about? No, not really. No, what watching is, that's not gone viral. This shit is the coolest fucking thing. I love this so much. So, what is it? You'll see another one of the first. This is kind of, this is these four parts of the same power. This is like, there's a concept. This is very just watch the I love this one. I would sit around and talk to everyone about it. Did you find it? Okay, is that you? Yo. Hey, Jacob, thank you so much. You're the person for doing that, and I just want you to put the bottom out. I really appreciate it. Well, we made it again, stuff. Do you have the evidence that we have? Let's go through them. So we're going to get you next. You're going to send me what it says and put it in, correct? Oh, you know what? Because you're in the